people who have supported us along the way. Please be with each showman as we step into the ring. Help us do our best and represent you in all that we do. Bless our animals, our families, the judges, and everyone who made this event possible. No matter the outcome, let us be thankful for the experience and the lessons it brings. Please watch over us all and keep everyone safe as we travel home. Amen.
Thank you, Kinsey. Now we will have Katie Jewett of Kaufman FFA bring us our FFA motto.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, Katie. Now, bringing us the 4-H pledge is Riley Valenkamp, Runnels County 4-H.
In support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Riley. And now, if we will, please remove our hats and direct our attention to the flag as Alexis Engelman of Llano County 4-H brings us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early lights what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Outstanding. Thank you, Alexis. Welcome to our 2025 Rodeo Austin Market Lamb and Market Goat shows. About to start Class 1 Market Goats and Market Lambs. Class 1 goats are weighing from 61 to 73. And Class 1 fine wolves weighing 121 to 132 are now entering the ring. Class 2 goats and Class 2 fine wolves will be the next group to check in. I want to introduce our market goat judge this morning, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. Brandon is a 2005 graduate of Texas A&M, has a master's of animal breeding and genetics from Kansas State. Brandon is currently a professor at Redlands Community College. He owns and operates BKC Livestock with his wife Kelly and 3 kids, where they raise Simmental and Simmental-influenced seed stock and show steers. Brandon has been blessed to sort shows in over 30 states and 3 countries. And he said he always feels blessed to be asked to sort our livestock shows. Folks, let's give Brandon a big round of applause for being here with us this morning. Also want to introduce our market lamb judge this morning, Mr. Steve Sturtz of San Angelo, Texas. Steve went to Hawkeye Tech in Waterloo, Iowa, judged livestock, and was the university herdsman for their sheep flock. Received degrees at Tarleton State University and Angelo State University. Grew up in Gilman, Iowa, where he raised sheep and worked with his uncles and family friends on row crop, sheep, and hog farms. Steve and his wife Bridget reside in San Angelo, have 6 children who have all been raised in the 4-H program and participated showing lambs and goats. Steve was a county agent for 15 years. He now owns and runs Sturt's Show Goats and Stock Dogs and Sturt's Reproduction Services in San Angelo. Steve enjoys all aspects of livestock industry, but really enjoys helping youth succeed in breeding, raising, and showing of their projects. He believes in the mission of the 4-H and FFA programs. And folks, we're really excited to have him here today. Let's give Steve a big round of applause. Once again, our Class 2 goats and Class 2 fine wolves should be checking in. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. Just a reminder, per the rule book, we can have no paint, powder, or adhesive used on these animals. No paint, powder, or adhesive. We will be weighing back for our breed and division drives today. So we will do a weigh back during our breed and division drives today, just so you know. We do need tags 130824, 137089, and 137090 to check in on the lamb side.
Yes, first of all, good morning, guys. Definitely a blessing to always get to come to the home state and sort livestock. And, boy, we start off extremely well. Again, the national anthem was awesome, got me chills and got me going back to the old athletic days, even though I never was very good at it because I was short. And so, but this lightweight class fits together very, very well. I like what we got out here. This one that wins, I think from the get-go, he hit me as far as I love his squareness of chest. I love how just good he assembles things, and his balance and the way things come together is what excites me about that weather. He's good in terms of his head shape. He even looks maybe the most youthful and juvenile up out here, but yet still the freshest in his body, the freshest in his touch and tone. And then as we walk these things, as you know, I like to walk them. That one still breaks over and goes right in terms of his knee. I absolutely love his hind leg set and the way he does things there. Is he the most massive one of this group? No. Is he the heaviest bone one of this group? No, he's not. That belongs this one here in second, but I like his balance. One here in second, again, his density, his width, his boldness, his roundness of body is all where I like to be. Now, I do love the way he uses his skeleton in terms of looseness and comfort and flexibility. You get to the side of him, he's just a nickel shorter all the way through everywhere he measures. He's just a little nickel tougher right there in terms of his head, neck, and shoulder. You just like to make him a little longer, a little smoother, and the way that goes together. But to put that kind of volume and width together and still keep it as collected and good on the structure, that's why he gets to stand there in second. This one in third worked his way up here. Again, I'll encourage you kids, don't quit showing. These goats can give you odd views, and I'm going to try my best to look through those odd views. But this one, in terms of just muscle shape, just a cutability and expression, he's dominant in that area. Just maybe not built as nicely. He's a little steep hip. He's just a little rounder off either end, but do I love his freshness? Yes. Could stouten him up down low to match everything he's got up high, but still a very, very quality individual. Love the look and the balance and the skeleton of this one that comes out here next in four. One that's made extremely nice. He just runs into a power problem once we get to this top end. A little flatter in his forerib there. Want to open that guy up just a touch. I love the hip and the shape and the center body dimension of this one here. He handles just a little stale. Maybe looks a little older and more mature. That breaks right behind that shoulder. Just not skeletally put together. As comfortable and as good as I like to see him. Then this one we're going to end up here in six. Again, good shape, good expression out through his hip and leg. Good in terms of his rack dimension and his body shape. He pinches in his loin a little bit for me. He's another one I like to just smooth up and make him a little longer everywhere and way in which he goes. But outstanding class. I'll visit it with these to our left. But again, good class to get our goat show started. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Results from Class 1 Market Goats. 10th place was Blaze Decker, San Patricio County 4-H. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 9th, Ritzy Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. Breeder was Tornado Alley Show Goats. 8th, William Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Breeder was Two Springs Ranch. 7th, Kelby Blessing, Sutton County 4-H. Breeder was Jade Livestock. 6th, Dylan Bailey, Splendora FFA. Breeder was Ripley Newsom Show Goats. 5th went to Sagan Kalarick, Taylor County 4-H. 4th, Sadie Hicks, Greenwood FFA. Breeder was Two Springs Ranch. 3rd was Shelby Walker, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. 2nd place went to Bryson Cooper, Wills Point FFA. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. And our class winner was Avery Fisher, Van Zant County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, the Texas Lamb Breeders Association is pleased to be a part of the Market Lamb Show here at Rodeo Austin. Texas Lamb Breeders will be awarding $750 each to the two highest placing Texas-bred lambs with the correct TLBA tag in the lamb's ear and properly recorded in the Texas Lamb Validation Program that do not qualify for the youth auction. These two lambs in each of the 19 classes today will receive the special premium for a total amount of $28,500 possible awarded. Our thanks to Rodeo Austin for working with the Texas Land Breeders Association. Thank you, Lamb Exhibitors. Our Class 3 goats and lambs should be lining up in the check-in area. Results from Class 1 Fine Wools. 10th place was Collins Brandenberger, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder was Long Club Lambs. 9th was Peyton Sissick, Navarro FFA. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas. 8th went to Madison Beatty, Comal County 4-H. Breeder was Jackson Show Lambs. 7th went to Cashner Arnold, Waller County 4-H. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas. 6th went to Braylon Brandenberger, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder was Scott and Richard Long. 5th went to Wesley Stevens, Schlacker County 4-H. Breeder was Stevens Fine Wools. 4th was Allie Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Jackson Show Lambs. 3rd went to Braxton Holscher, Highland FFA. Breeder was Horwood Show Lambs. 2nd went to Ben Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder was 3S Livestock. And our class winner was Zane Burnside, Jordanton FFA. Breeder was Jackson Show Lambs. Congratulations. Again, Class 2 goats, 74 to 79 pounds, and Class 2 fine wools, 133 to 141, are currently in the ring. Class 3 goats and Class 3 fine wools need to check in. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Just a reminder, no paints, powders, or adhesives, and the animal must be uniformly shorn from the knees and hocks up. Please note all placing animals must take a photograph at the backdrop. All placing animals must take a photograph at the backdrop. We need tag 134002. 134002 on the goat side.
Another really good class here. And again, maybe a little harder to put together. Not going to say there's an ideal one that really just grabbed me and hit me, but the one that got the closest to it is this red-necked one up here. Pretty dominant in his shape. In terms of carcass composition and body shape and expression of muscle, I love where he's at in that aspect. And then you take that and still make him move athletic and loose and comfortable. That's what made it easier for me to use him here. I'd still modify him out of his hip. We could intensify him at the ground in terms of bone, and he's not ideal in his angles, but to me it still works with him. He still keeps things together very, very relatively well. This one here in second just kept working himself up, I think just because of his balance. The way things fit together, the way things come together with this goat. He handles fresh, he handles expressive, he progressively widens in the right manner and way. And then when we get him on the move, again, he's that other athletic one out here that really takes to the self. She has to work at it because he's not an easy one to show. He wants to fight at her. But boy, that's a nice goat. When you really get down to studying it, he puts a lot of good together. Wish this one had just a little more tone and expression. I love his skeleton. I like his build for the most part. Again, runs uphill. He's got the right kind of width, but just a little plainer in his shape in terms of expression of muscle. He wants to hawk in just ever so slightly when you get in behind him. But if you wanted to switch those two and say just in terms of big feature, a neater look, I'd take that. But I just thought there was just a little more carcass composition in that one that led right ahead of him. One we have here next, again, another one that's opened up. He's bold and he's square. He just gets a little plainer and rounder off either end the longer you look at him. When we get him on the roll, on the stroll here, he wants to lower his shoulder and get a little plainer and run downhill. Another goat here, again, when he first comes in, you like him. He looks youthful. He's up-headed. He's good in his shape right behind his shoulder over his rack. He wants to play out as he goes back and just get a little narrower pin for me, whether he's moving or standing. I just want to make him square from one end to the other. A very, very muscular one here. We complete here in 6. Lots of shape and dimension. Just, again, structurally a little steep and a little straighter out of his hock there. A little coarser in his shoulder and way he puts things together. Another outstanding class here. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Class 2 goat results. 10th place was Sarah Langston, Silsby FFA. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 9th went to Shiloh Purdom, Navarro FFA. 8th was Samuel Mazurik, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 7th went to Carson Saul, San Gertrudis FFA. 6th was Elise Talbert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Talbert Show Goats. 5th was Paige Duke, Madison County 4-H. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 4th went to Claire Graves, Munster FFA. Breeder was Hoffman Livestock. 3rd went to Z. McCall, Archer County 4-H. 2nd, we had Kinsey Key, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Fielder Show Goats. And our class winner was Avery Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder was Jade Livestock. Congratulations. Currently, we have Class 3 market goats in the ring weighing 80 to 83, and Class 3 fine wools weighing 142 to 165. We will need our Class 4 goats to check in next. We'll also need our first and second place fine wools from classes 1 and 2, and our first class of fine wool crosses, which is class 4. They will check in shortly. Thank you, Lamb Exhibitors. Results from Class 2 Fine Wools. 10th place was Thomas Davis, Upton County 4-H. Breeder was Stultz Sheep Company. 9th went to Katie Collins, Idalou FFA. Breeder was Long Club Lambs. 8th was Riker Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder was 5-5 River Bend Farm and Ranch. 7th place, Steel Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Skelton Club Lambs. 6th place, Sterling Souter, Sudan FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. 5th went to Madison Sharpton, Brazos County 4-H. Breeder was 5-5 River Bend Farm and Ranch. 4th was Macy Morris, Bell County 4-H. Breeder was Jackson Show Lambs. 3rd went to Curry Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd went to Matty Joe Souter, Sudan FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. And our class winner was Emerson Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Struby Livestock. Congratulations. Once again, we need our first and second place fine wolves from classes 1 and 2 to come check in. We'll also need that first class of fine wool crosses, which is class 4. And we do need our class 4 market goats to check in. Thank you, goat exhibitors.
Another really good class here on our goat side, and pretty deep all the way through here. Really, when you get down to it, and especially to make the sale, that's a hard one. I'll debate there with 6 and 7 because I thought that was a coin flip. But when they came in, this one here hit me pretty good. Really didn't plan on deterring from him. He's the one that is the best and freshest in terms of shape and dimension and body cavity and the way it goes. But again, I've been talking balance still. He's very, very proportional. He's square, but yet wide in his chest, but yet not outside himself up front. He's big and dimensional as hip, but yet keeps his hock within the framework of his body. Absolutely love the way he touches. I think the only thing you can get on that goat about when you get to the side of him, sometimes he looks just a little deeper chested relative to his flank in terms of his underline, but that's being pretty picky of one. I think that puts the market goat fundamentals together, still keeps himself loose and comfortable and athletic out here as well. Probably a shot better looking and a shot just smoother everywhere as this one here in second, but with that, he's also doesn't have that expression of muscle, doesn't have just that turn and shape that we find in that class winner. Where you like this guy, though, is from the side, where his chest sets, where his head and neck is, how good he is in his spine and his strength behind his shoulder, and the way he sets on his rear leg is very, very, very good. If you call him toned and expressive enough, I could see a switch, but for me, honestly, probably not quite in the same league as that one ahead of him. These next two here, just based off the fundamentals of just more goat here in 3. I think 2 goats whose outline is good, 2 goats you like on the move, but just quite a bit more density to this one that comes here in 3. A little more chest width, particularly right behind his shoulder in terms of body shape. He's better than this one. This one's got the tricked out pieces. I love his feet and legs. I love his look. And when you go in to handle one like this, you pull him that quick off the walk. You're hoping that he meets your request when you get in on him, and he didn't for me. He's just a little flatter body, a little raw, a little green here just yet. Doesn't feel his loin, not quite as opened up and dense. Just looks a little immature out here, almost like a teenager here with some grown men in front of him. But boy, that's a neat looking one in terms of skeleton and just his look and presence. Love the muscle shape on this one. Just wish he was built a little more like the one in front of him. He's a little coarser, a little rounder off either end, a little frailer when you get right down to him. And again, this next decision with 6 and 7, this goat doesn't want to cooperate all the time, but when we get these 2 on the go, I much prefer his shoulder and knee and the way it breaks over. I still think this one has some width. I wish he had the expression of this goat that we sat there in 7, but this one I think structurally for me is where I divided that line a little too straight and upright and bucked over in his knee, and that's kind of what made the difference in those 2. We go on down the line in that class, just some differences in shape, differences in cutability. Main thing, structure and the way they bend and go probably didn't satisfy me as well. Get your hands together for this class, another awesome class of goats.
Missing 2 goats, 572110 and 571041. You are needed at check-in. Also, we cannot have any barbed or spiked collars or halters, not even wrapped. You need to take those off. Okay, we are ready for our fine wool drive. Coming out of Class 1, first place was Zane Burnside, and second place went to Ben Sprayberry. Out of Class 2, first place was Emerson Blanick, and second place was Matty Joe Souter. And out of Class 3, first place went to Stella Sprayberry, and second place went to Parker Cook. Folks, let's give these 6 exhibitors a big round of applause. Folks, if at all possible, when you do load out to leave, if you can, please put your tack in your vehicle and then go get your trailer. If at all possible, that would help with the flow. Okay, we're going to do Class 3 final results. 10th place was Laney Bryans, Jordanton FFA. Breeder was Jackson Show Lambs. 9th, Carter Killam, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Struby Livestock. 8th, Cade Perkins, Zephyr FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 7th, Lexi Killam, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Long Club Lambs. 6th, Holden White, Johnson City FFA. Breeder is Mark Tillman. 5th, Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Breeder was Horwood Show Lambs. 4th, Carson Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood Show Lambs. 3rd, Royce Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd, Parker Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. And 1st was Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder was Stoltz Sheep Company. All right, our champion fine wool goes to Zane Burnside, Jordanton FFA. And reserve fine wool goes to Emerson Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Results from Class 3 Market Goats. 10th place was Cade Rocall, Orange Grove FFA, breeder of Shrank Show Goats. 9th was Kinsey Lawrence, Angelina County 4-H. 8th, Peyton Kahn, Robertson County 4-H, breeder is Williams Livestock. 7th, Riley Valenkamp, Runnels County 4-H, breeder is Shrank Show Goats. 6th, Ava Birch, Houston County 4-H, breeder was Barlow Livestock. 5th was Ava Ruiz, Three Rivers FFA, breeder was Humphrey Livestock. 4th was Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. 3rd went to Aubrey LeClaire, Central FFA. 2nd was Kaysen Wink, Post FFA. And our class winner was Laney McCall, Archer County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 5 Market Goats need to check in. And Class 5 Fine Wool Crosses will check in, which is the second class of Fine Wool Crosses. Missing some Class 5 goats. Tag number 131118. Tag 574116. Tag 132117. Tag 134391. Tag 568449. And tag 125200. Oh, and tag 128957. Please come check in for Class 5 goats. Thank you, Lamb Exhibitors. Still missing some tags for Class 5 goats. 131118, 134391, 568449, 125200, 128957. Y'all need to check in.
Another very good class here, and again, it gets a little more interesting to put together. Maybe there are a few more lines of acceptability or at least personal preference on how you read these things structurally. But again, I hope y'all kids got your tinny runners on today, because I do like to watch them move and watch them go. And that's where this one here kind of takes to the front. He's just the most correct in his structure and his skeleton and his squareness and the way he gets and runs. And again, me still being an old soul, I like market animals. That one still has some density. He still has the right kind of body and rib cage. He's probably not as smooth and strong right behind his shoulder as what this one that comes in next, but still a nice kind of a goat that puts a lot of good together. I do love the strength of this one's top line. We've got him presented nicely. We've maxed this guy out, not only in showing him, but the way we fed him. For him, though, he's still a little frailer and flatter forearm. He's just maybe not as expressive in his muscle as really goats on either side of him, and that's what kind of got him in the second hole. But I like his squareness of skeleton. I like his trueness from behind in terms of his hock and the usage of his hock relative to this one here in third. One here in third does a lot to like from the side. Good punchy muscled, really good in terms of his rack dimension and boldness. Still runs uphill and gives you a nice look. When this guy gets on the roll and you get behind him, he gets all out of himself and confused almost. I mean, every leg goes every which way. We could get this guy just more collected in the way he's designed from behind in terms of his hock and the usage of it. He makes this class that much more interesting. Very athletic goat that comes next. Lots of good shape and expression to this guy. And no, he's not blessed with the big fuzzy legs, but I still think there's a lot of good goat there. When you finally get down to it, he's just a little raw, maybe not as smooth in terms of blending all his pieces together, a little higher in his jump muscle that takes away from him relative to his counterparts here. Dense one here that's got some muscle here, built a little too much like myself, low to the ground and toe. We got to stretch him out, make him more extended, take some of that belly out of him there as well. And then a white one here, hits you hard, just nicely presented and smooth made. A little weird in his back, a little flatter in his body, a little awkward out of his hip. Just gets assembled not as correctly as some of these ones we have ahead of him. But again, an outstanding class. Let's give these young people a nice hand.
Missing some exhibitors on the lamb side. Tag number 135982. Tag 134488. And tag 131132. Y'all need to check in. Class 4 Market Goat results. 10th place, Langston Martin, Wilson County 4-H. 9th, Kimber Beggs, Midland County 4-H. Breeder is Hoffman Brothers. 8th, Gage Calhoun, DeLeon FFA. 7th, Addison Maxey, Harris County 4-H. 6th, Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 5th, Haley Eichman, Canyon Lake FFA. 4th, Ashlyn Martinez, Zavala County 4-H. Breeder was south of Nueces. 3rd, Elvis McCrae, Deer Park FFA. Breeder was 26 show goats. 2nd, Isabella Stroder, Van Alsting FFA. Breeder is Shrank show goats. And our class winner was Carter Sherwitz, Fisher County 4-H. Breeder was Spencer Farms. Class 5 Market Goats weighing 87 to 89 is in the ring. We will need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 4 to come check in here shortly for our Division 1 drive. That will be followed by Class 6 Market Goats. Again, our Class 5 fine wheel crosses should be checking in if they have not done so. The third place lamb out of this class of fine wool crosses going into the ring will be the random test for drug testing. So the third place out of this class will need to go get tested. On the goat side, we will take about a 30-minute lunch break after the Division II drive. After the Division II drive, we will take about a 30-minute lunch break on the goat side. We'll find out when we're going to break for the lambs. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Again, our first and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 4 on the goat side will need to check in for our Division I drive. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Once again, we should have our first and second place goats from classes 1 through 4. We'll also need class 6 goats to check in if they have not done so. Once again, we'll take about a 30-minute lunch break after the Division II drive on the goat side, and we're going to take a lunch break after the South Down breed drive on the lamb side. Class 4 final cross results. 10th was Ella Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. 9th was Brayley Go, Spring Lake FFA. Breeder was Newsom Livestock. 8th was Luke Betzworth, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. 7th, Arthur Washington, Howard County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 6th, Cole Zapalak, Wise County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 5th, Hallie Montgomery, Highland FFA. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 4th, Derek Avon, Taylor County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Slade Butler, Zephyr FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd went to Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA. Breeder is Newsom Livestock. And our class winner was Shelby Leonard, Smithson Valley FFA. Breeder is Chabot Show Lambs. Congratulations. If Luke Krippendorf is in the barn, we have his debit card, which was turned in. Luke Krippendorf. We have it here at the announcer stand. Missing a couple of lambs. Tag 746574 and tag 573860. We need you to check in. Spectators in the stands, if y'all can help us out and not stand on the rail, it tends to block the people that are sitting in the stands. So if you are watching from the stands, please find a seat. We appreciate that.
Really good class here, obviously, and two of them that come in and sort pretty quick. And then of these two, one of those decisions, you'll go back and forth all day on these. I'll still go back and forth down the road on these two, but I think they're good. This one here up front, both these goats, muscle in terms volume of muscle is very, very good on both of these. I'm going to call both of them still very, very good in their structure, but I'm still going to break them down because I really start to pull this pair apart in terms of just correctness and balance and proportion and how it all fits together. I think one of them's got wilder pieces, but at times it doesn't all fit together. This one's just solid livestock. I think he's square from the ground up. He's good in his knee. He's good at the ground. Probably when we watch these two goats go from behind, he stays more correct and square from hip to hock to ground. Keeps more clearance there, keeps more correctness there. When you go to touch this guy and study him in the rib cage, it's not close in the rib cage department. The way he puts a round, awesome body onto his skeleton, I think is what really makes him complete the balance picture. He touches the best. He's the most aggressive in his shape, but it's still put onto his body smooth. Why is it a conversation with those two? To me, he's not as wild in his neck. He's not as long in his hip as what this one is, but everything's very, very proportional and good and basic. Finally, when we start to stroll these two, I just like his correctness of skeleton and squareness from one end to the other a little better. This one's easy to like. Boy, he is wild up front. He is stout-headed. He is long-necked. He's opened up and square. He's one for me, though, is just not as fresh and dominant in terms of his expression and shape. When we get behind these goats, he wants to play out to his lower leg. He comes in at his hock, or at least at the ground, relative to these two. I still think he's dominant for the next ones behind him. When you go to breaking these two down, trying to get correct, I want to strengthen him right behind his shoulder. I want to give him more clearance at the ground and make him a square built is what that one that wins that class is. Really like the shape and freshness of this one here, and he just kept working himself up. He finally gets just a little squatty for me of this lineup. Want to change him out of his hind leg from a looks department, but a good kind of a goat. If I never step behind this goat, I love him. And we've done a nice job. Kudos to whoever got him ready. I know y'all don't get the benefit of glue and powder like we do up north in Oklahoma. You did a masterful job clipping his hind leg and leaving a little hair there on the ground to hide his feet. But when you watch him go from behind, he tucks that hock in. He gets just a little too narrow and flat for me. Now, from there forward, that's a dense back opened up when it runs uphill. Just doesn't match it there down low and from behind. Another one here, skeletally, I love this goat. Love to watch him walk. He's so free and easy and correct in terms of his build. Not enough britches back there. Part of it I thought was his color, but when you really get to study him, he's just flat in his leg. Want to open him up from there back. This one just needs a different front leg to go off of. He handles as fresh and dense as those ones on the top end. He opens up good. He's just a little too far forward in his knee and a little buck kneed for me. Want to set him back and make him more correct in his skeleton. Really some good goats down here, some structural differences, maybe some condition differences. Awesome class. So let's give these kids a nice hand.
We're missing several goats that are about to go in the next class. Tag 568 128, 570 611, 134 029, 131 128, 747 632, 138 890, 571 576, 569 483, 569 462. You are all needed at check-in.
That's a lot of them missing. They might want to get a move on. We got the show going over here. A really nice set of goats that we have here. I'll go through them real briefly. There's enough quality in here to I think it needs to be justified. But boy, a heck of a set here in Division One. We started off strong with this little guy up here. Again, set the stage in terms of we're going to try to keep him muscular, still keep him fresh, still keep him mobile and athletic out here. Question on him, is there enough of him to roam with some of these horses in here behind him, but still a very, very quality individual, nice classmate with him there as well. We upped the game in terms of muscle when it came to this redneck goat. Awesome and dense in terms of his rib cage, really, really big and powerful out of his hip. And still with that kind of muscle, I think he handles it probably athletically enough. If you're going to get on him, a little skinny-legged probably out here for relative what he's got up top there at times. He can be just a little aggressive outside himself ever slightly. Next pair that came out of that next class, again, good big fuzzy legs here and heavy bone, and you move up on that guy, and he opens up good. Probably truly one of the freshest touching ones of the lineup that we've seen so far. Love the way he handles there as well. Like we said, from a balance standpoint, I think his classmate corrected this, but he wants to be just a little deeper up front and little runs uphill just a little bit in his flank, and that throws him off ever so slightly, but still one when he gets and goes you like quite well. Got a nice looking one there in class, just didn't maybe have the shape. This next class came out, another good skeleton, good built one that's got the big features underneath. Pretty good in terms of expression. Still, when you get him out here amongst this lineup, maybe not as dominant in terms of muscle and still putting it together like some of these other ones do. Got a smooth made one there that came out of that class with him. And then that final class, obviously two of them we like quite well. I think two of them that you could go back and forth on and really mix and match here. The one on the back line, a little longer and wilder pieces. This one here, just everything assembles and goes in freshness. And again, a rib cage that's absolutely awesome, but yet still handles it and goes in a correct manner. So really nice set of them out here. I'm proud to stand behind any of them here, but no, I don't play poker, so my face is already out there. Them two out of that last class are going to stick together. They'll be our grand reserve here in this division.
Our Division I champion went to Sam Gustine, Dallam, Hartley County 4-H. And reserve went to Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations. Again, if you have a Class 6 goat, you should be checked in. We need a parent or advisor to the ring for our division champions that were just selected. Class 5 goat results. 10th place was Grant Gonzalez, Agriculture, Science, and Technology, FFA. Breeder was Custer Show Goats. 9th was Aaron Rivera, Howard County 4-H. 8th was Willow Fuller, Wolf City FFA. 7th, Audrey Bettiga, Erath County 4-H. 6th, Caden Pacina, Ward County 4-H. Breeder was Stork Livestock. 5th, Talon Toch, Harper FFA. 4th, Brendan Kennedy, Leon County 4-H. 3rd went to Carly Parrott, Hawkins FFA. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. And our class winner was Sam Gustin, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Breeder was Stork Livestock. Congratulations. Exhibitors, make sure you have one piece of your weight card with you when you go out to the truck. You need a copy of that weight card with you when you bring your animal to the ring. Our Class 7 market goats will be next to check in. We will need our first and second place final crosses from classes 4 and 5 to check in. And also our first class of South Downs, which is Class 7. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. Again, we need our first and second places in classes 4 and 5, final crosses to come. Also, those class 7 South Downs should be checking in. Class 7 Goats as well.
another a good set of goats here as well. And again, it kind of starts to come together. Not the easiest class to put together because there's some concessions you have to make, but I did miss this one coming in for sure. This one here, in terms of just density and freshness and muscle, he's pretty dominant when you finally get your hands on it, and he wants to cooperate. I think the reason I didn't pull him initially, he's just a little frailer bone and a little more upright than I particularly like him in terms of up front and his structure. But you put that aside, from there back, there's no goat like him in this class in terms of body length, freshness, back density, and hip, and he still handles his hind leg the right way. Just want to fix him up front. Still like that one quite a bit, though, to win this class. This one we have here in second, he's the other good market goat in here in terms of fundamentals. His muscle shape, his body dimension, his squareness, his forearm, his stoutness. He's just a little shorter everywhere, a little shorter hip. He, too's just a little more upright, maybe up front than you'd call him ideal, but still a very, very good kind of goat. One of the really nice skeleton ones is one here, and so you got to decide if there's enough muscle there, and there wasn't for me. If that one has quite a bit more muscle and just more cage, we can move him up considerably, because on the move, that one prances and goes and breaks over like he needs to. He still gets to stand here in third. I think if you take it out of the comparative sense, he's still a square-built livestock that's got some rib cage to him. I just wish there was more there. I do like his skeleton, though, a little better than the stout one we have next. A lot of tonnage, a lot of hip, a lot of power this one. As you can see, his front skeleton, you want to change, pick him up and make him just a little better right there in the middle of his spine. This one here maybe touches with a thicker hide and pelt on him, and maybe that takes away a little bit. But, boy, he's dense. He's opened up. He's still fresh. Just wish he's a little more unique off either end. Gets just a shot plainer out here. Same thing can be said for this next one, and that was a close decision between these two. Obviously, I'd pull that seventh one off the walk. There's just a little more solid goat here in terms of dimension and boldness and just market goat feature. This guy got just a little stale on me and a little flatter rib. Didn't want to run him up here with these other ones here. But, again, very, very good, very competitive class. Let's give all these kids a nice hand.
On the goat side, tag number 133894. 133894. Your class is about to go in the ring. Class 6 goat results. 10th place was J.C. Godwin, Stephenville FFA. 9th was Keithland Wink, Garza County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 8th, Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H. Breeder was Techstar Genetics. 7th, Bailey Skinner, Bell County 4-H. 6th, Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Breeder is Shahan Livestock. 5th, Eli Geistwhite, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Sanders Showgoats. 4th, Kyan Kane, Munster FFA. 3rd, Letty Tuggle, Lipan FFA. 2nd was Alita De La Paz, Riviera Coffer FFA. Breeder is Bull Livestock. And our class winners was Briggs Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Holster Showgoats. Congratulations. All right, we are ready to do our final crossbreed drive. Coming out of Class 4, first place was Shelby Leonard, Smithson Valley FFA. And second was Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA. Out of Class 5, first place was Everett Valentine, Borden FFA. And second was Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. And out of Class 6, first place was Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. And second place was Jake Krushka, Reagan County 4-H. Folks, let's give these 6 exhibitors a big hand. Our champion fine wheel cross goes to Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. And reserve fine wheel cross goes to Jay Krushka, Reagan County 4-H. Congratulations. Folks, at this time, I want to go off script for just a moment. And I've got some notes because if I go too far off script, we'll lose track. But today we want to recognize one of our superintendents of the Market Goat Show. Dr. Frank Craddock has been part of this show and many other shows for decades. I asked Faye Ring how long he's been doing it, and she said, just say since they were showing dinosaurs. But you know Dr. Craddock, he's been around in different roles, worn many hats, sheep and goat specialist, in charge of the sheep and goat validation program, many superintendent roles, including here at Rodeo Austin, judging many shows, coaching wool judging teams. And there's lots of numbers we could throw out, but I think the main thing I wanted to point out is over the past few days I've watched, and really over the past number of years, there's been so many county agents, ag teachers, parents, current exhibitors, and former exhibitors that seek out Dr. Craddock to come give him a big hug, just like he's doing right now. And yesterday I heard somebody, one young lady that used to show, she was telling somebody else that he was the one that would encourage those kids, this is years ago, coming to the ring, just rooting for them, rooting for every kid. And as grouchy as he looks sometimes, he's really just a big teddy bear. And we appreciate everything he has done for Rodeo Austin and for the industry across the board. He is a big supporter of kids and the livestock industry. And we also want to thank Faye Ring for carrying him around for a number of years, supporting him and supporting the show as well. So thank you, Dr. Craddock. Thank you, Faye Ring. Our Class 8 market goats should be checking in if they have not done so. Our Class 8 South Downs will check in as well. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Got a couple of classes of final crosses for results. 10th place, Maxwell Munchow, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 9th, Briley Yargo, Anderson Shiro FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 8th, Porter Parsons, Weatherford FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 7th, Waylon Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Cook Club Lambs. 6th, Bryce Stevens, Schlacker County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 5th, Kaylee Dunn, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Livestock. 4th, Wyatt Renfro, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H. Breeder is Renfro Club Lambs. 3rd was Kenley Holscher, Highland FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd was Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Jackson Show Lambs. And 1st place was Everett Valentine, Borden FFA. Breeder is Stokes Livestock. Class 6 final cross results. 10th place was Reiner Go, Spring Lake FFA. Breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. 9th, Cale Doherty, Williamson County 4-H. Breeder is Long Club Lambs. 8th, Chase Palmer, Coleman County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 7th was Sealy Hughes, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Thomas Livestock. 6th was John Wesley Stoltz, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 5th, Hadley Hoinsey, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 4th went to Lane Holman, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 3rd, Carter Llewellyn, Palmer County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd was Jay Krushka, Reagan County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. And 1st place was Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. Congratulations. Need some Class 8 goat exhibitors to check in. Tag 128661. Tag 573657. Tag 571683. And tag 126058. Need you to check in. Thank you, Lamb Exhibitors. Just a reminder, we will take a brief lunch break after the Division II goat drive and after the South Down breed drive.
Another very good and competitive class here once again as we get through here. And you could do a lot of mix and matching and some different things, but really when you start to break these goats down, I think fundamentally, particularly in these top 4 or 5 or 6, I think structurally athleticism, the way in which they move is all in check. There's differences in the way in which they move, but the comfort level I'm with. And then we started making some muscle differences. And then when these two come up, again, powerful weathers that have a lot of width and substance. They're probably a little square built and more consistently square from chest all the way back to the hip than the next two. And the difference between these two, the redhead here, he sets everything in smoother in his shoulder. He's not as open and pronounced at the top of his shoulder, but it still has the good shape right in there behind his shoulder over his rack. He's still good out of his hip. He's massive in terms of muscle, but so fresh in the way he touches. He's not the heaviest bone one out here, and I'll give you that, but still one I think is very, very proportional. Goodness kind. Absolute powerhouse in a Mack truck here we have in second. He is big-legged. He's big everywhere. He's stout-skulled. He's opened up. He's big-muscled. He's dense-ribbed, but at the same time, he's almost a little cute at times. He's just a little vertically challenged. He's just a little tougher there in terms of his shoulder and shorter there. We could just smooth him up, make him longer. But what's impressive and why I leave him in second, it's awesome to have that kind of power and still keep it as athletic as what he does. I think that's an impressive feat to do. Just wish he was a little more sculpted here and there and flatter and smoother. This one here, I love some pieces of him. He's up-fronted and high-headed. He's love his shape and his freshness that he has. Want to strengthen him up there in his spine. Want to correct the aesthetics of his hind leg. He gets it underneath him and tucks it under just a bit. She does a masterful job walking him and trying to keep the right posture, but he's just not as correct out of his hip and hind leg. Really his goats on either side of him. If this one was fresher, maybe it's a different story because, again, as far as feet and legs, athletic movement, angles, he's very, very appropriate, maybe the most appropriate. I think that's why it was easy to grab him off the pull. But once you really get down to it, he wants to play out and funnel when you get back to his rear skeleton, not quite as wide and fresh in his loin, a little narrower in his hip and pins relative to his classmates here. But if you call him good enough in those areas, his structure can move him to the front of the class. For me, he was just a little too stale, not enough of him. Another really powerful goat here in terms of muscle. Just gets his shot plainer, a little frailer there in terms of his bone. Another one here in terms of structure and skeleton and looseness and comfort. I like him better than what we have here left. He's longer hip. That goat still is very, very pronounced. You get on top of this guy. He is big loin. He is bold in his rib. Obviously not as expressive and toned in his muscle. Maybe in some of these others just gets outpowered in terms of shape and expression to these ones ahead of him here. But really, really nice class all the way through. Tough decisions down there as well. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
On the lamb side, we need tag 127990 and 574344 to check in. Class 7 GOAT results. 10th place was Megan Tolles, Brock FFA. 9th, Ruby Matthews, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H. Breeder was BMK Showgoats. 8th, Mallory Owens, Thrall FFA. 7th, Ella Haynes, Brownwood FFA. Breeder was Morgan Livestock. 6th, Jake Cowley, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Cowley Livestock. 5th was Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. Breeder was Allen Ranch. 4th, Paisley Akins, Grayson County 4-H. Breeder was Lacopa Showgoats. 3rd, Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Stork Livestock. 2nd went to Madison Elrod, Fisher County 4-H. Breeder was Elrod Farms. And our class winner was Carly Waters, Leon County 4-H. Breeder was Finley Showgoats. Congratulations. Once again, our Class 8 South Downs should be checked in. Class 9 Goats will check in. Missing some Class 9 goats. Tag 747205. 132806. 137132. Need y'all to check in.
Another good class and a fun class. And again, as they come in, some folks kind of walk them at the right pace. Some of them get in a hurry and get the nerves on them. And so some of these goats can get kind of tangled up as we're watching them. And so, again, I'll tell you, exhibitors, don't be discouraged if you don't get pulled right off the walk, because your goat could be acting like a goat, or somebody could be forcing you a little far forward. And that was the case with this one. Never really got a good look at him because crowd was getting up on that one. He finally got to a clearing and opening down there, and it was easy to pull this guy. He's good in his skeleton. He's good in his build. Where you really like this goat, we've done an awesome job feeding him. You get right on top of him, he blows everything away in terms of just loin dimension, in terms of width of loin, but also depth of loin. His body shape's awesome. His length is good. He's very, very, very smooth. There are other goats here that are more expressive, probably so. He's not the most defined in his forearm shape, and I'll give you that, but he just puts a lot of good together from a balance standpoint and still has the check mark in terms of muscle there as well. So nice one, leads us off. Good shape, good expression here. Love his touch and tone. Love his rack dimension. Just want to change him out of his hip and rear leg when he gets on the go. He doesn't reach and go as correctly as what your class winner. He wants to get outside himself and swivel out of his hip just a shade more. We could correct this one in his spine and just make him more hydrated and better right there behind his shoulder, because skeleton, looseness, and comfort of movement, he's very, very good. He's square off either end of his structure there as well. A little weak in his back, and maybe with that, not as muscular right there in the center part of his body relative to those ahead of him. Goat here, love him when he comes in. He's up-headed, he's smooth-made, handles himself right from the side. Get him behind him. You got to make that call. Is there enough goat there? He wants to narrow up for me and flatten for me. Doesn't handle quite as wide and dimensional right there over his hip and loin. Another one here, again, I love the the shape. I like his feet and legs. He's very loose. He's very, very comfortable. The longer he's out there, and as you watch him move, he starts to run downhill a little higher in his jump muscle, just a little raw, a little green yet at this stage. But, boy, his shape and his tone is still very, very good. I still love how athletic he gets around and goes. Then I wanted him to catches that last cell hole. Love the smoothness of this go, particularly he's on the walk. He's up-headed. We've done a nice job with him. Finally decided there just wasn't enough muscle there in terms of just expression of muscle relative to those. Same thing can be said for the paint that comes next. Again, a few others down here that maybe didn't have quite the muscle width up top, maybe some structural difference. But let's give, again, a round of applause to this class.
Class 8 GOAT results. 10th place was Reese Asham, Navarro FFA. 9th, Madison Morris, Thrall FFA. 8th, Allison Throckmorton, Bear County 4-H. Breeder is Custer Showgoats. 7th, Nathan Kahak Jr., Wise County 4-H. Breeder is Chandler Showgoats. 6th, Zachary Casas, Huffman FFA. 5th, Caden Willett, Falls City FFA. 4th, Aubrey Williams, Martin Mills FFA. 3rd, Katie Jewett, Kaufman County 4-H. 2nd, Kara Cifuentes, Ag Science and Technology FFA. And first was Tatum Fritch, Fayette County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Showgoats. Class 7 South Downs. 10th place was Gage Barons, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder is Barons South Downs. 9th, William Beatty, Mason County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 8th, Grant Lackey, Haskell FFA. 7th, Killy Hunginghouse, Denton County 4-H. 6th, Cassidy Westbrook, Aquila FFA. breeder is Harbor Livestock. 5th, Renee Striegler, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder is Barron South Downs. 4th, Aubrey Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. 3rd, Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. Breeder is Osborne South Downs. 2nd, Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Flanagan Stoltz South Downs. And first place was Taylor West, San Patricio County 4-H. Breeder is Flanagan Stoltz South Downs. Congratulations. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. Your Class 10 goats and your Class 9 South Downs should be checking in if they have not done so. Class 9 goats and first and second place South Downs should check in. Again, we will take a lunch break after the South Down breed drive and the Division II goat drive. Class 10 goats, we need 569971 and 133756, 138184. You need to check in. Again, if you are a Class 10 goat, you should be checked in. And we need our first and second place South Downs from Classes 7 and 8. We will take a lunch break after the Division II goat drive and after the South Down breed drive.
Another good class, and again, a lot of depth and then quality through this class here as well. And this one that rolls in, again, I call him on the edge. You can't make him any more muscular and still keep it correct. Probably can't make him any longer and neater looking and still keep things assembled correctly. But yet just one that grabs you in terms of presence in this group. He's the dominant one in terms of just the roundness of his body, the stoutness of his hip, the bigness of his back, but yet he still puts that together with an attractive look. Good enough structured, because that's still where I want to make him perfect, and still where I want to correct him, make him just a little neater in his hind leg, and just give him a notch more of an athletic, really strut and go. We've obviously done a nice job keeping it put together, but he's on the edge. He hadn't fell off the side yet, but he's just right there in a place or two. Make him any straighter, make him any frailer. Maybe we don't have that discussion about him, but boy, you talk about one that's crazy looking, dense-bodied, round, and stout. Neat combination of things there as well. This one that runs here next, just the other one that just quickly grabs you right out the gate. Love his look, love his presence. Probably just a shot smoother in a way or two in terms of being stronger right behind his shoulder than what your class winner is. I like the design of his hind leg even, just a notch neater there as well. He's not as opened up. He's not as good in his muscle shape. He's not as good in his tone as what that guy is. That's why he ends up being second. This one grows on me. I think from the ground up, I love his foot size. I love the quality of his bone, the quality of his movement there. Just had to make that call on him. Is he big enough in terms of just scale and size? He hits you just a little smaller at times. He wants to run downhill ever so slightly. Handles incredibly fresh, though. She does a good job fighting him and putting him together and giving you a balanced look. He's just a notch rounder there in terms of his shoulder. Oh, hey, the one that runs here next in fourth, again, love that one's width. That's probably you don't have to run him. That's my favorite view of this guy. When he's running and trotting around, he is loose, he is flexible, he's stout, just gets a little plainer when we get him there. Yeah, I like you too. He's just a little plainer there in terms of his shape, though. Not quite as wild looking as what we have here on the top end of this class, but still a very, very quality individual there. Red Hawk Goat that comes next, love his muscle, love his handle. He is monster in terms of back shape and how hard he is. A little too short in that hip. Want to make him longer and better out of his hip to match those guys we have ahead of him. Probably the opposite with this one. Love his length, love how pretty he is. Handles better than what you expect. From the outside, though, that's a flatter goat that maybe doesn't come to as much punch and muscle, not as opened up in his forerib. He's one of those ones, if you come to a different judge and maybe they say he's got enough muscle, you can move him up this line because I love his look. I love his kind there. Just not enough tonnage for me personally. But outstanding class here. Nice pair up top. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Our Class 10 goats are about to enter the ring. Our first and second place goats from classes 6 through 9 can check in for the Division II drive. Class 9 goat results. 10th place, Bridget Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Breeder is Box E Livestock. 9th, Amy Gallardo Brewster, Uvalde County 4-H. 8th, Grace Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Breeder was Williams Livestock. 7th, Lillian Mask, Grayson County 4-H. 6th, Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. 5th, Abigail Wilson, Deer Park FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. Fourth, Conley Martin, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Hutto Livestock. Third went to Riley Barlow, Lavernia FFA. Second was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. Congratulations. Class 8 Southdown results. 10th place, Megan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 9th, Kylie Gregory, Montgomery County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 8th, Madeline Kelly, Huffman FFA. Breeder Harbor Livestock. 7th, Addison Hahn, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder West South Downs. 6th, Sutton McMahon, Coleman County 4-H. Breeders Jennings Show Lambs. 5th, Ellie Mae Eccles, Leonard FFA. Breeders Fritz South Downs. 4th, Grayson Williams, McCullough County 4-H. Breeders Flanagan Stoltz South Downs. 3rd, Emerson Garner, Leonard FFA. Breeder Fritz South Downs. 2nd, Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeders Jennings Show Lambs. And first was McKinley Clem, New Home FFA. Congratulations. Again, we need our first and second place South Downs for our South Down Breed Drive. And we need our first and second place goats from classes 6 through 9 for our Division II drive. Just FYI, you will need to have your attack loaded out by 1 hour after the conclusion of the show. That does include your trailers over at Delco. They cannot stay overnight. They need to be removed as well by 1 hour after the show. Thank you. Go to exhibitors. Attention in the barn. Entry 4470 from Webb County 4-H needs to take their animal and report to the truck. Entry 4470 Webb County 4-H. Once again, our first and second place goats from classes 6 through 9 need to check in for Division II drive.
Well, a real nice
There was a young lady named Callie yesterday looking for a show stick. They have found your show stick. It is at the show office. So, Callie, you can go to the show office to retrieve your show stick. Still missing one goat for our Division II goat drive. If you have a first or second place goat from classes 6 through 9, you need to be in the holding area. We're about to start that drive.
Another good class, another good set of them that we have here to evaluate. And I think these front two, just in terms of how I like them, in terms of density and how opened up they are, I think they're the best in that regard. But yet they're still correct type of weathers when you look at them in terms of squareness. And I think where the one up front kind of leads the class and takes off from him. He's able to do it in the most athletic way. He is the widest over his back. He is the biggest in his loin. He is the roundest in his body in this crew, but yet he still sets his head and neck up there in an attractive fashion. I love the way he operates out of his hip and rear structure with the comfort and correctness of what he does. No, he's not the heaviest bone, but I still think it matches everything he has. He just reads very proportional, very correct in a way he does things. If I'm going to get on that goat at all, and this being pretty picky, and really both these front end goats probably have the same area I'd correct, I wouldn't have him any more condition than what he has. He's about where he needs to be, maybe just a touch more, not call ideal at this size and weight, but it still doesn't deter me from loving that goat in terms of just what he puts together, how he's assembled, and how he uses everything in the way he gets and goes. This one here in second, right here propped up, is where I love this guy. He's strong in his back. He's awesome in his rib cage. He, too, sets the right kind of angle in his shoulder and the way he comes down up front. Good hop posture, this guy as well. He wants to act like a goat and fight the system when we're on the move, and so he wants to throw his hind legs outside himself. I don't think he's as truly long and correct out of his hip as what the one that wins that class. I don't think he's quite as sharp in terms of the way his head and neck come together as what that one is as well, but it's still a nice pair to rock with. The one that comes out here next brings himself together on the move as well as any. I love how collected he is. I like how good he looks. I just thought he got outmanned. I thought he looked like the teenager here relative to these two in front of him, a little flatter and a little rawer there. Pretty goat that comes next. He runs uphill. He actually handles really big and dense right there over his loin and over his rack. Just not enough hip and stifle in that guy to run with these. Got a little flatter for me. Red top goat here. Love one that handles that lean and that true and that good to the touch. He, too, just not enough of him when you really got down to it. One to open him up. Black-headed one that we pulled right off the bat. She does a nice job showing this when he's up front. He's got some neat wild pieces. Handles good in terms of his rack. A little too far forward in his knee and shoulder for me. I want to see more hip and leg in him relative to what's ahead of him here in this class. Very competitive class all the way through. Neat critter here to leads us off. Good set of goats.
Okay, we are ready for our South Down Breed Drive. Coming out of Class 7, first place went to Taylor West, San Patricio County 4-H. And second went to Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. From Class 8, first place was McKinley Clem, New Home FFA. And second place was Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. And from Class 9, first place was Emily Mutina, Riesel FFA. And second place was Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. Folks, once again, let's give these 6 exhibitors a big round of applause. Okay, we are ready for our Division II goat drive as well. All right, our champion South Down went to McKinley Clem, New Home FFA. And reserve went to Emily Matina, Riesel FFA. Congratulations. Now we are ready for our Division II goat drive. Coming out of Class 6, first place was Briggs Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. And second went to Aleda de la Paz, Riviera Coffer FFA. From Class 7, first place was Carly Waters, Leon County 4-H. And second place was Madison Elrod, Fisher County 4-H. Out of Class 8, first place was Tatum Fritsch, Fayette County 4-H. And second place went to Cara Cifuentes, Agriculture, Science, and Technology FFA. In Class 9, first place was Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. And second place was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. And in Class 10, first place was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. And second place was Bailey Walker, Cotulla FFA. Folks, let's give all these goat exhibitors one big round of applause. Class 10 GOAT results. 10th place was Ava Rodriguez, Midlothian FFA. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 9th, Lily Cadell, Coolidge FFA. Breeder was Shrank Show Goats. 8th, Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. Breeder is J&J Livestock. 7th, Jalen Swanner, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Book Show Goats. 6th, Emily Sutton, Belleville FFA. Breeder is T4 Livestock. 5th, Macy Leatherman, Weiss FFA. Breeder is Bryson Boar Goats. 4th, Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 3rd, Macy Bell Jerish, S&S Consolidated FFA. 2nd, Bailey Walker, Catula FFA. Breeder is Williams Livestock. And our class winner was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder was Hoffman Livestock. Congratulations. Again, the lamb side has broke for lunch. Take about a 30-ish minute lunch break, and we'll start back with the Class 10 Dorpers.
good goat show, if y'all had noticed. Really got a lot of quality out here within this division. It's very, very strong from one end to the other. And again, there's a lot of things you could probably justify doing with these goats. And so I'll go through them real quick here. This one out of this first class, again, I love his freshness. His touch, his tone is incredible. Probably compositionally, I wish that's where all of them were in terms of just the amount of condition he has on. He lays his muscle onto his body in a very athletic manner, the tone and shape to his leg. Rear leg works well. We talked about him in class, and I think it's still a little bit that way, and the goat doesn't help himself. He's a little more vertical up front. You get in front of that goat, he wants to toe him out, maybe not be as correct in that manner, and I think that's why he maybe doesn't have as much reach there up front. But from there back and everything else, he's a contender because that kind of shape and body shape and still his look and freshness I'm a big fan of here as well. This one that came out of the next class here, again, love that goat's just fundamentals. Big dense rib, big hip in him there as well. If we're just being honest, he gets just a little shorter and jam-packed, and really that whole class was that way relative to what we get out here on this front line. Want to make him a little longer and bigger in his kind. This paint that comes next, again, he's one I like for the most part in terms of just a big, dense loin in this guy. I like his comfort of movement. He's very, very easy on the eyes when he gets on the go. You can study some pieces about him. At times he hits you. It's just a little plainer in his shape of muscle, not as defined and expressive, particularly like the goat up front and the one in right behind him, but still a nice kind of a goat in terms of just looseness and comfortable. Still has the right kind of width to him. Just want to see his touch more expression. Obviously, maybe one of the wilder looking ones is the one that came out of this next class. Really, really long reaching in his neck, really pried apart, dense in terms of just his rib cage in his middle. Lots of shape that he has here as well. Still handles himself, I think, structurally well. If you're going to get on him as well, as just right there up front, he's probably the one go to this lineup that starts to park that shoulder on the outside of his body wall and wants to be just a little more toed out here. And again, I'm getting critical on these things because just want to be as correct and let you know what I'm thinking, whether it's right or wrong, or whether you think it's right or wrong. I kind of like what I'm seeing here, though. But a neat one that's definitely in the hunt, just with his kind of look and presence and muscle shape, the wild pieces he has. Just got to make the concession here in a minute if I think all the wheels are on the bus in all the correct ways versus another one or two out here. This one here that came out of this last class, again, love his dimension. He's wide, he's bold, he's opened up. He is dense and round in terms of his body. Again, one of those that takes the right kind of volume, and as well as I like him standing, I think moving is where I like him the best. He's very comfortable, very effortless in the way his joints hit the ground and the way things come together. He's smooth out here as well. So with that, though, like I talked about him and his classmate, they may have just a little more degree of condition that some may say, hey, we got to watch that on him. But also, to me, it works with him in terms of just blending all his pieces together. I don't call him too fat by any means because he's not at all. That thing is dense. He's opened up. Is he as creasy shaped as this one and the one up front? Probably not, but I don't think we can ever say that one doesn't have the right kind of tone and freshness out here as well. So you can go through a lot of things. I've got 3 of them in my mind that make the most sense. 2 of them look a little more alike. And how I'm going to split these top 2, one of them's just harder to pick a hole in. Everything kind of comes in a symbol. Balance is a big thing for me, and that's, to me, what this goat is. He's very, very balanced. Young lady out of this last class is going to be our division champion. Gets closer with this first class, a young cat here in the black shirt here. Again, both of these I like for different reasons here. I think both of these are very, very good kind of a goats. I'm not going to lie, one of them grabbed me quickly. He's not perfect and ideal, but I still love the way he puts things together. I think they make an awfully nice pair to stick together. This one here out of this the class in front of me will be a reserve.
Our Division II champion was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. And reserve went to Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations. All right, we will take about a 30-ish minute lunch break on the goat side as well. Class 10 Dorpers can check in. Class 10 Dorpers. We did have some Nissan keys that were lost that have like a black and white cow print key ring attached to them. Nissan keys. If anybody finds those, please turn those into the show office. Somebody's looking for them. Our Class 10 Dorpers and Class 11 Market Goats should check in. Okay, our Class 10 Dorpers are entering the ring, weighing 90 to 127. Class 11 Dorpers will be the next group to check in. Some Class 11 goats. Need tag number 130978 and tag number 570892. Also have two that don't have validation numbers listed. So Cypress Fall FFA entry 9770 and Wheeler County 4-H entry 9777. Need to check in. Final call, Class 11. Class 11 goats are about to enter the ring. Final call. All right, Class 11 goats weighing 104 to 105 are entering the ring. Class 12 goats will be the next group to check in. Thank you, Lamb Exhibitors.
Let's give these GOAT exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Can we get Ella Johnson to come to the staging area? Ella Johnson, please. Come to the show ring.
What a way to get us kicked right back off after lunch here. A really, really nice class, but a straight-up athlete that leads off this group. I think when he comes in, he's the epitome of just looseness and comfort and flexibility out here. Then when you get your hands on him, you're equally impressed. That's the freshest touching one of this crew. He's still probably the densest over his loin and very consistent in his width from behind his shoulder all the way throughout his hip. Again, maybe not as dominantly punchy muscled in his lower leg as some. I don't think you ever get off to the side of that one and say he needs more, though. I still think that one's toned and good. I like the way he breaks over and goes in terms of his structure and his skeleton and his squareness and freshness out here. Neat goat here that leads off this group. Goat we have here next in second. I do love just the hardness in what he handles, the shape of his body that he has. His body length still fits him, and it supports a balanced look out here. Probably relative to that one in front of him, not quite as ideal in his rear leg and the way he handles it. Probably not quite as agile up front in terms of reach and extension there, but still a very, very good kind of goat. This goat kind of works on you. I think it's because of his skeleton and his look and the way he's designed, it allows him to get stronger and stronger as we go. One for me, though, I finally thought just got overpowered, particularly up top by those top two goats. Not quite the muscle expression, not quite the width and density to his loin is what we find in those two. Here's another one. I love the way his feet and legs work, just the looseness and comfort in which he goes with. Just a little past his prime for me personally in terms of freshness, not quite as square in his loin. Just starts to fade in terms of muscle relative to those. Definitely two powerful ones we end this top six with. They've got a ton of muscle and shape to them. This one starts to get outside himself up front. His extra power starts to cause him some problems in terms of roundness. Big legged one here. Just wish we could hook him up a little different behind his shoulder and give you that balanced picture. But the reason we kept him up here, it's hard to have that kind of power and stoutness and still bend and go in the way in which he does. So again, very deep all the way through. Very good class. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Class 11 goat results. 10th place, Joey Harrington, Meadow FFA. Breeder was Schaefer Farms. 9th, Luke Jarsh, Collinsville FFA. 8th, Troy Hussick, Falls City FFA. 7th, Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 6th, Caroline Kane, Munster FFA. Breeder was Hoffman Livestock. 5th, Laramie Drury, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Triple D Livestock. 4th, Hope Hickey, Carson County 4-H. Breeder was Triple D Livestock. 3rd, Ashlyn Sursa, Wheeler County 4-H. 2nd, Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Adobe Ranch. And our class winner was Briley Weiland, DeWitt County 4-H. Breeder was Stork Livestock. Congratulations. Class 10 Dorper results. 10th place, Hallie Moore, Utopia FFA. Okay, I'm going to start over on those Dorper results from Class 10. 10th place was Hallie Moore, Utopia FFA. 9th, William Thomason, Kendall County 4-H. 8th, Addison McCoy, Coleman FFA. 7th, Travis McClellan, McLennan County 4-H. 6th, Ryder Davis, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder was 5-bar-5 Riverbend Farm and Ranch. 5th, Mackenzie Allison, Gatesville FFA. 4th, Molly Bedwell, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder was R.M. White Dorpers. 3rd, Haley Wilson, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep. 2nd, Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Addison Edwards, Coryell County 4-H. Breeder was Kelly Hairsheep. Our class 13 goats and check in. And we need our first and second place Dorpers from class 10 for our Dorper drive. And we'll also go ahead and get our class 12 medium wools to check in. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. We're still missing the first place Dorper from Class 10. We need you in the ring. We're about to do that breed drive. Still missing a few lamb exhibitors for Class 12 medium wools. If you have a Class 12 medium wool, you need to be checked in. Tag 572785 on the goat side. 572785. You need to check in. We are ready for our Dorper breed drive now. Coming out of Class 10, first place was Addison Edwards, Coryell County 4-H. And second place was Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. From Class 11, first place was Allison Throckmorton, Bear County 4-H. And second place was Blaze Mock, Erath County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these four exhibitors a big hand. Class 11 Dorper results. 10th place was Kylie Burns, Eastland FFA. Breeder was J&J Livestock. 9th, Kaylin Brazil, Salado FFA. Breeder was Kelly Hair Sheep. 8th, Bailey Dunlap, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Kelly Hair Sheep. 7th, Kendall Keeter, Comanche FFA. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep. 6th, Deacon Gann, Wichita County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep. 5th, Henry Slough, Tarrant County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep. 4th, Johnson Wise, Brown County 4-H. 3rd, Hadley Johnson, Medina County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep. 2nd, Blaze Mock, Erath County 4-H. Breeder was Kelly Hair Sheep. And our class winner was Allison Throckmorton, Bear County 4-H. Breeder was Game Bred Livestock. Congratulations. Our champion Dorper goes to Allison Throckmorton, Bexar County 4-H. And reserve goes to Blaze Mock, Erath County 4-H. Congratulations. Exhibitor with validation number 571687. Your class of medium wolves is going in the ring. 571687. First class of medium wolves, which is class 12. Class 13 medium wolves will be the next group to check in. Still missing one goat for class 13, which is about to go in next. Missing one goat for class 13.
Another good class and a deep class. Probably for me, though, a little harder to put together, to be honest, just trying to figure out where you want to be on things. And structurally, there's something I change about each one of these top three to really make him the one that fits me in terms of his skeleton. But I do think this one comes the closest as far as just how durable and bold he is in his body, how good he is out of his hip and rear leg. And that's kind of what made the difference there. I could tweak him up front. I could set his elbow and his shoulder onto his body and just in a little more appropriate and square fashion. But boy, he is opened up from there back. He is very, very dense. Probably of these top three, maybe doesn't have quite the elevations, particularly the one in third. But when we get him on the go, when he's not fighting it, I think he sets the best there at the ground, particularly out of his hip and hind leg. And that's what gets the guy here in second in trouble. I love the way this one handles, even compositionally where he is from a condition standpoint. I call him probably better than goats on either side of him. His boldness is good. His back is big. He's got a lot of shape to him. A little frailer bone, just a notch straighter off either end. I think it causes him some trouble moving. Want to see him a little longer out of that hip. And this, if this one's good enough in his heart and his forerib and his shoulder for you, he's the one that needs to lead, because that's the good-looking one that runs uphill. He's good in his loin. He's pretty good in terms of his hip. For me, he's just too vertical in his knee and his shoulder for me. And then with that, he's flatter in his rib cage, particularly in his forerib, and maybe not as pronounced in his rack because of it relative to those two. Another dense made one here that's got good bendy feet and legs. Just finally decided he was a little rounder off either end, a little smaller in his kind, a little weaker right in there behind his shoulder. Smooth made one here that could benefit from just a little more leg hair probably and bone, but I love the way he touches. Just really, really good in terms of his shape and his freshness here. Just a pretty athletic type of an animal. Just finally decided there wasn't quite enough just uniqueness in terms of bone and feature relative to those ones ahead of him. This one worked himself up, and that was a split between him and this next one that we have here that I call maybe not having enough muscle. This one edged him out in terms of width, particularly up high. Still one that gets just a little plainer shape in terms of his leg, but boy, a neat one in terms of length. It sets down on his feet very, very good. Just wish we could intensify him in his shape. Outstanding class. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Class 12 goat results. 10th place, Tate Weidenfeller, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Highview Ranch. 9th, McKinley Hell, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 8th, Fallon Headfelt, Callahan FFA. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 7th, Clegg Bays, Axtell FFA. 6th, Rayleigh Holscher, Bell County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. 5th, Catherine Carley, Cypress Ranch FFA. 4th, Paisley Fasky, Bastrop County 4-H. Breeder was Highview Ranch. 3rd, Zane Walker, Taylor County 4-H. 2nd, Rayleigh Childs, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder was La Copa Showgoats. And our class winner was Cotton West, San Patricio County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 13 goats are in the ring, weighing 109 to 111. Class 14 will be the next group to check in. Class 13 medium wools will be the next group of lambs to check in. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Again, Class 14 goats will be checking in, and Class 13 medium wolves. attention to the barn. We do have a pickup and trailer that is blocking the semi from being able to get in. So if you've got a pickup and trailer out there blocking the way, it needs to be moved. Also, just a reminder, as you are loading out, it needs to be an efficient process. So please load up as efficiently as possible and quickly as possible, so everybody can get in and out easily.
For those that have a harder time waking up for lunch or after lunch, I hope your nap's over, because this is an awesome class. This is the deepest class we've had so far, and there's several of these goats that if I'd have been bringing them to the show here at Austin, I'd have thought I had a cell maker, and maybe they would on another guy, but boy, this is tough and this is good, and as tough and as good as it is, there's still just one. This one here that leads off this pack, I think he does so very, very quickly and in a very dominant fashion. That's a big foot. That's a heavy structure and bone underneath one who bends and goes and as athletic as any. Again, love the way he's structured, love the looseness of his skeleton. What's so cool about it, though, compositionally, you start to study and look at these goats, there's not an ounce really of fat on that one. Enough to make him look smooth, not enough to make you even begin to question him compositionally. Handles with tone, handles with expression, handles with shape. I could watch him walk all day. Neat critter here that leads off this class. One we have here in second, I do love this one's handle in terms of just freshness. He is so opened up and good in terms of his rib cage. Really, really good out of his hip and hind leg posture. Probably not as elite built as that one leads ahead of him. He's just a little more upright and up and down in his knee and shoulder. Doesn't handle with just the crease that one handles with. That's being picky, though. That's a very, very nice goat that's got a lot of good going for him. This one we sit here next in 3, another one that just creeps himself up here. I like his squareness. I like his smoothness. He's one that's very appropriate in terms of his front end. He's wide-chested, but yet everything stays within the framework of his body. He handles good over his loin. He's probably not as dimensional. Right there on the backside of his shoulders, what those two are ahead of him, that's kind of what got him there into that third spot, but a really neat goat. This one here props up extremely well. He touches pretty good. He's got some shape. When we get these on the stroll is where I put him fourth. He's just a little steeper out of his hip and doesn't handle it with quite the length and looseness and athleticism and correctness as what those ones do ahead of him. If you think he's good there, though, you can move him up a spot or two, because I do love just this look and posture he has. Me being the structure guy I am, though, I want to change him the way he handles that. We could change this one's front skeleton. Again, he makes the conversation different. He is dense. He is opened up. Muscle's not really a big issue within this class in particular, but boy, you can tell he's just a little far forward, and his knee and his shoulder wants to prop forward a little more, and then that makes him disjointed in the way he transitions from his shoulder into the rest of his body. I finally decided from a comparative standpoint, this guy just probably didn't quite have enough to him relative to the power ahead of him, but I do love his looseness. I like his comfort. Just wish he handled more expansive up top in terms of just width and dimension here. Outstanding class, folks. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Class 15 goat results. No, Class 13 goat results. Tenth place, Hadley Blandford, Poth FFA. Breeder is Jade Livestock. 9th, Johnson Wise, Brown County 4-H. Breeder was Richardson Livestock. 8th, Brindley Williams, McLennan County 4-H. Breeder was Fry Show Goats. 7th, Reagan Downs, Whitesboro FFA. Breeder is Flock Livestock. 6th, Addison Sharp, Tom Bean FFA. 5th, Kason Newell, Falls County 4-H. 4th, Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. Breeder was Highview Ranch. 3rd, Kaylee Ottmers, Bandera County 4-H. Second, Maddox Fleming, Scurry County 4-H. And our class winner was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. Congratulations. Class 14 goats are in the ring, weighing 112 to 115. Class 15 goats will be the next group to check in. Class 13 medium wolves, weighing 140 to 147, are currently in the ring. And Class 14 medium wolves will be the next group to check in. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Again, our Class 15 goats and Class 14 medium wolves are the next groups to check in. Class 12, medium wool results. 10th place, Laura Frenzel, Lavernia FFA. 9th, Hunter Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. 8th, Braxton Anderson, Splendora FFA. 7th, Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H. 6th, Brayson Birch, Stephenville FFA. 5th, Paisley Morris, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 4th, Barrett Oliver, King County 4-H. Breeder is Oliver Club Lambs. 3rd, Jet Hart, Armstrong County 4-H. 2nd, Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. And our class winner was Powell Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations. There is a black Ford Dually that's been parked for over an hour blocking the truck. It will be towed if it does not get moved immediately. License plate TNZ 3531. TNZ 3531. Black Ford Dually needs to be moved immediately.
Competitive class, and again, I think what takes so long in this class is trying to figure out what to do for second on back, because I think our class winner is pretty commanding. Again, his quality, his look, his presence really grabs you amongst this group. Still one at this weight and this size. I like where he is compositionally. He touches well. He's got expression, but yet he's still lean over his rib. Love him from behind in terms of just his width from stifle to stifle and the way he sets and handles that. Still very, very athletic for one that size and that bulky. You can set him in and tow him ahead just a little more truly there up front, but I still think he handles himself quite well. Impressive beast from the standpoint of power, presence and still keeps himself in a fairly athletic build for sure. This one we run here next in second and third, I go back and forth. I prefer the build of this one, particularly from his hip back, or from his mid-rib back. He's so much better and longer out of his hip. I think he utilizes his rear skeleton with just more reach and more correctness. My hesitation on him, he could use just a little more bone, but for more so for me, compositionally, I probably question him the most of those top three. Wanted to lean him up just a shade, make him a little more toned in the way in which he handles. This one that comes out next, when he's walking, I like him. When he's parked, that's where I find problems with him. He just wants to squat and get short out of his hip, and just he's shorter there everywhere else and just throws off his proportion. Handles awesome. Good in terms of composition. Big forearm, big feet underneath him. Just doesn't fit it all together from a proportion standpoint. A little too short there from his hip down. One that comes here next, good in terms of just dimension and the way he handles. He, too, a little short and steep out of his hip, a little straighter hawked, and when we get him on the stroll, that really becomes apparent. He just doesn't handle himself as coordinated or as long-reaching off that rear step. Wish this one was a little fresher, because there's times I get a picture of him that I love and want to run him up there in second, and then there's times he wants to fall apart. When he gets on the move, he comes down behind his shoulder, he gets up in his jump muscle. He's not as fresh right there over his loin and his back as well. He does a good job of getting this one gathered, though, and showing the most of it out of him, because his initial quality I'm a big fan of. Just finding thought he ran out of freshness and didn't keep it as collected as he needed to. Kind of the opposite here. I think this one's fresh. I think he's good in terms of his back shape and his boldness. You get to this vantage point, he's a little frailer, maybe wants to run up into his flank just a shade more, just doesn't grab you maybe as attractively on the move or standing maybe as some of these others. And same thing can be said as we went down the line, some differences in the way those goats are built, some differences in muscle. But let's give these kids a big hand, another impressive class.
On the lamb side, missing tag 747639. 747639. Class 14 goat results. 10th was Sydney Hanslick, Taylor County 4-H. 9th, Mackenzie Smith, Bowie County 4-H. 8th, Sophia Wickers, Judson FFA, breeder was Two Springs Ranch. 7th, Emma Turner, Robinson FFA, breeder was Highview Ranch. 6th, Kellen Embry, Dripping Springs FFA. 5th, Aiden Dela Cruz, Santa Crudutas FFA. 4th, Colton Scarborough, Iowa Park FFA, breeder was Sturt Show Goats. 3rd, Mason Lee, Greenwood FFA. 2nd went to Ryan Miller, Denver City FFA. And 1st was Brinley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. We will need our first and second place goats from classes 11 through 14 for our Division III drive. And again, our class 14 medium wolves will be the next group to come in. Again, we need our first and second place goats from classes 11 through 14. Class 13 medium wool results. 10th place, Sarah Foster, Kendall County 4-H. 9th, Carter Hoinsey, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th, Harper Ice, Ariane FFA. Breeder is Silvers Livestock. 7th, Carson Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. Breeder is Neff Livestock. 6th, Jet James, Grayson County 4-H. 5th, Kaylin Pruitt, Abbott FFA. 4th, Case Pearson, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Elroy Jonas, Show Lambs. 3rd, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Second, Addison Williams, Eastland FFA. And our class winner, Mason Simpson, Williamson County 4-H.
good class. And again, apologize for taking a little time. And you're right, Sturts, we're having a lot of fun over here in the goat show. I don't know what this goat's name is, but I'm going to call him Jitters. I did get to handle him one or two times, and so I know what's there, but boy, he's scared of something. I don't know if it's me, and never seen a guy this tan before. I'm not sure what the deal is, but he sure is a little shook up out here every time I step around him. But you watch that one get and go, and I think structurally is where I divide this pair, and it's out of their rear skeleton. To me, he's got a more appropriate posture to his hock. That allows him to get up there and reach and go and grab. When she slows him down like I want her to, you can really see how good he is on the move. He's opened up. He's square. He's good in all those areas. With that extra looseness, though, he's probably not as streamlined down his spine. He's probably not as sharp right there up front, or maybe even as fresh in terms of just head and juvenileness of this one here in second. I just thought that much more full and density and still able to carry that in just a shot more athletic and correct fashion. I like this one propped up. He is so good in terms of his bottom line. The way it all fits together balance-wise and his look and his symmetry is absolutely awesome. I'm picky on his loin, but probably more so his rear leg. When we get him on the go, he's a little frailer and just a little straighter in the way he handles his rear leg posture. This one here is a hard one for me because the first few minutes he's in here, you're absolutely in love with him. Again, his density, his muscle shape, his bulk is all really good. The longer he's out here, the more he fights the system. He gets up in his spine. He shows himself short in his hip. And then we get these on the go, and he does that same thing. Just gets up and never relaxes and doesn't look as comfortable moving as what we find in those ones ahead of him. Wish this one just had a bigger rack and forerib because, boy, that's a good-looking, wide-chested, neat-necked one that's awesome in his hip, that's good in his loin, just needs to be more expansive and bolder in his rack. She right here is a true testament to don't ever give up because she didn't pull her a couple of times. Finally, she got that thing stuck and landed, and I liked him. I love the way he touches. I love the boldness of him. He's a little rough from his hip and his loin, the way all that ties in. He finally carries just a little more lower shoulder. That's a compositionally very, very good heavyweight goat, though. Love the way this one's built. Good feet. Nice in terms of just his outline. I thought he was a stayless one of these here. Needed to handle a little fresher all the way through, and that kind of got him in trouble here. Again, a competitive class all through. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
We do need our Division 1 and 2 champion and reserves to come check in for the goats. We're about ready to start our Division 3 drive. Coming out of Class 11, first place was Briley Wayland, DeWitt County 4-H. And second was Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. From Class 12, first place was Cotton West, San Patricio County 4-H. And second was Rayleigh Childs, Guadalupe County 4-H. In Class 13, first place we had Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. And second was Maddox Fleming, Scurry County 4-H. From Class 14, first place was Brindley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. And second went to Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. And then in Class 15, first place was Berkeley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. And second was Emma McClendon, Washington County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all these goat exhibitors a big round of applause. Again, we do need our Division I and Division II champion and reserves to come check in. We'll do Class 15 results. 10th place was Addison Hahn, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Luke Livestock. Sanders Showgoats. 9th was Andrea Ruiz, Maverick County 4-H. Breeder was Lacopa Showgoats. 8th, David Alfaro, Webb County 4-H. 7th, Tyson Hicks, Comanche County 4-H. 6th, Coy Alexander, Walker County 4-H. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 5th, Emery Work, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Breeder was Kiefer Livestock. 4th, Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Breeder was Holt Farms. 3rd, Kendall Peterson, Erath County 4-H. 2nd, Emma McClendon, Washington County 4-H. Breeder was Thurman Livestock. And our class winner was Berkeley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations.
Another really good and competitive division here as we round up in this goat show. Again, it's been very, very fun getting to work through all the way through this particular division. I left in a rush yesterday about 4 o'clock from OYE. Left the family up there to participate in the sale, and I left my boots at the front door, so I had to stop on the way and found some shoes. I ain't gonna lie, I might do this more often because they do feel good. As much as I like to walk and see these goats travel, that's what's cool about this particular division. To get heavyweight goats and find them as good built and as athletic as what we have them, I think that's pretty incredible here. And that started off with this first class. I think one that really handles himself quite well. Just his agility, the way he's built, the way he goes in terms of squareness, his freshness is still all very, very good as well. Like we talked about him in class, there are some goats that are more toned and more expressive in terms of muscle, particularly in their leg, than what he is. And we'll have to make that call if we're being honest amongst this group. Is there just enough dominant shape to that one to lead us off? Because from an athletic standpoint and a freshness standpoint, he's definitely in the game for sure. The one that came out of that next class, again, I love just how robust he was in terms of his body. Big monster hip, operates awesome out of his hip and rear skeleton. Like we talked about in that class was maybe not ideal, trying to find the one that skeletally pleased me the most, and he still wants to open up just a little aggressively and wide up front. But again, that's a tank from there back. Lots of foot, lots of bone, still a lot of quality to him there as well. Tough class of this one came in. Again, that was our deepest class of the day. Still thought he kind of stood his own ground. I love the foot and bone, love the athleticism, love the shape of this guy. Just the way he puts his muscle on, the expression that he comes with, and then as we get him on the travel, he still stays collected. You like him propped, you like him going. A nice kind of a goat there for sure. One that came out of this next class, again, that one's wild looking. He really comes at you high in his head, wide in his chest, wide from behind, still keeps himself going. Love the way he touches composition. I like where he is. Again, you got to look at him in terms of his forearm and his shoulder. He looks to be a little outside himself. We get in front of him. It's pretty square. That's still where I'd maybe modify him ever so slightly, is just set that into him, just being honest. But that thing's a creature. When you talk about head shape, his look, his athleticism, the way he can carry that kind of muscle and shape, I think is very, very impressive as well. Then we came in that last class. Again, interesting conversation we can have. Jitters here, still one of the more athletic ones out here in terms of movement. He allowed me to stay what I feel is consistent with goats that have bulk, that have density, that can still go with some freedom and ease and comfort here. And so really a nice set of them here. As tough and good as this division is, again, I don't play poker very well. I still think there's just one, and we got to figure out what to do for reserve. Young lady here out of this third class is going to be the champ. We bring that classmate in again. This one adds a little freshness to the lineup. I absolutely love this one's rib cage and the way it sets onto his body. His hip structure and his hind leg and the way it goes is very, very good. We can talk about him being just a notch more forward in his knee and his shoulder, but you can still put him in the conversation here and be really pleased. But to me, it comes down between two other ones that hit me hard in terms of just the way they navigate the ring. There's just more of one. Just his shape, his extra power. Young lady here out of Class 4. She's going to be our reserve.
Our Division III champion goes to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. And reserve goes to Brinley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations. I believe we're still missing a couple of division winners from the first two divisions. We need them here immediately for the Market Goat Drive. Class 14 is going on the medium wool side. We do need our Class 15 exhibitors checked in. Again, we need 2 exhibitors for our grand drive from Division I and Division II. We need them here immediately. Before we do our final goat drive, announce some showmanship winners on the Market Goat side. We have showmanship buckle to our champion showman, donated by the Hawkins and Jennings family. It is the Lauren Julig Memorial Showmanship buckle. And that buckle is going to go to Lainey McCall. If Lainey McCall is still here in the barn, she can come up here to the announcer stand and get her buckle. Then we have 3 reserve champion showmen in no particular order. They will receive jackets, and they can come to the ring and see Wanda for further information for the jackets. Those go to Mackenzie Evans, Willow Fuller, and Colton Scarborough. Congratulations. Okay, we are ready for our grand drive on the Market Goat side. Beginning with our Division I champion, brought to us by Sam Gustin, 13 years old from Dalhart, Texas, member of Dallam County 4-H. Sam enjoys showing goats and playing golf, wants to attend Texas Tech University and major in business. Our Division I reserve champion was exhibited by Holden Wise, 13 years old from Brownwood, Texas, member of Brown County 4-H. Holden enjoys cheerleading, playing basketball, and showing with her brothers. She wants to attend Texas A&M and become a veterinarian. Our Division II champion was exhibited by Hazen Hoffman, 10 years old from Garden City, Texas, member of Glasscock County 4-H. Hazen says she doesn't have hobbies, she has animals. She wants to attend OSU or Texas Tech and major in animal science. Our Division II reserve champion was exhibited by Madden Wise, 18 years old from Brownwood, Texas, member of Brown County 4-H. Madden enjoys showing and working with animals with his siblings. He plans on attending OSU in the fall to pursue studying law. Our Division III champion was exhibited by Reagan Miller, 12 years old from Seagraves, Texas, member of Denver City FFA. Reagan enjoys swimming and playing with her sister, enjoys showing livestock, wants to attend Texas Tech University and become an EMT. And our Division III reserve champion was brought to us by Brinley Hogg, 18 years old from Lubbock, Texas, member of Lubbock County 4-H. Brinley enjoys playing softball and showing livestock, wants to attend Texas A&M and major in animal science. Brandon, you've got an outstanding set of goats out there and an outstanding group of kids showing them. Folks, let's give them all a big round of applause. Folks, as he makes his final selection, let's give our judge, Brandon Callis, one big round of applause. Class 15 medium wools weighing 154 to 158 is currently in the ring. Class 16 will be the next group to check in.
Been an awesome goat show here, and again, I tend to get a little scatterbrained towards the end, especially since we started showing there at OIE on the 10th of this month. And finished yesterday, and so hadn't had a whole lot of breaks, was thoroughly looking forward to this. I did have to ask my wife when they if I could be gone. And she knows my addiction is not drugs or alcohol, it's judging livestock shows. And she said, go ahead and I can hold it down. So first I got to thank the family back home. My dad and mom went just to help out because I was going to be down here. And so forever thankful for them. Thank to Laurel. Thank you, Dottie, even though seeing Dottie here in this capacity makes me feel old because I knew her at a younger point. But it's been awesome working with you guys, as always. When I get the chance to come down here, I relish it. I usually do not say no. I jump in the vehicle wherever it is because sort and stock down here is just different. It just means more, and the quality's good. I thank you breeders and exhibitors for trusting me with the quality y'all brought today. In fact, let's give all the kids that showed today a big, big round of applause. Again, a really, really good set of goats here. This lightweight division was awesome. To get two of them like this, I'm really, really excited about. The one on the front line just keeps things in order, in balance, and just more correct. The wild-looking ones on the other side, just on that edge, and maybe fell off the edge a time or two in terms of his front skeleton, and that kind of became the difference. But a really, really good set of them. Almost the same conversation you can have with this middle division. Smooth-made cat right here. Love his width, love his density. Again, his looseness of skeleton really intrigues me there as well. You're going to get on the nitty-gritty like we talked about him and his division mate there. They're not as heavy bone probably there. He can hit you as just a little chubby at times. But boy, that's a massive wide one that can still get and go for sure. And the division mate over there, again, wild looking, wild pieces. Just wish we could keep the wheels on the bus a little more accurately, and that'd have been interesting to see as well. Then that last division, again, same kind of conversation here as far as two really neat looking ones that start to have some of them extras but still keep it athletic. This guy on the front line takes shape and takes cutability and takes presence and puts it together, still handles himself. If I'm going to pick on him any, and it's probably twofold. Like, the reason he's so loose and flexible is because he's comfortable in his spine, but at times he can be just a little lower right there behind his shoulder. That's being awfully picky. That one here behind him, again, wild looking, big hip. Impressed to be that heavy and that good in your composition. Just want to see him just a little different there in terms of his elbow, but boy, in extreme pieces here. As always, guys, I do believe this is a great way to raise your kids and grow them. I think it's a great way to teach them how to handle success, but also how to handle failure. I got to experience that this week. Daughter made the sale. Son was one out of making a sale. And those of you who know my son, that did not go well, that conversation. And so I love passionate kids. I didn't see just a whole lot of disrespect at all today. I love seeing passionate kids, though, that it means something to them. The tears, maybe the anguish, maybe the feeling of disgust just a little bit. Don't hide that. That's fine. Don't get disrespectful with it, but it's okay. And last but not least, as always, we're out here to serve Christ. We're out here to do His will and do His work. Let's remember to use these animals to do His will and do His work, and we'll keep getting better every generation. Jesus is the only thing that saved us. He's the only thing that's real. Everything else is fleeting. So I'm going to put this mic down and grab you a couple of champions, folks. It's been an honor.
Our grand champion goat goes to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. And reserve champion goes to Brindley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations. We're pleased to have our Rodeo Austin president, Mr. Rick Lane, here to present the banners and buckles. Congratulations to all. Thank you for participating in the Junior Market Goat Show. Once again, our Class 16 medium wolves will be checking in.